is like
What's her best? What? Okay, wait. Does she cook? What's her best? What's her best?
the fact that she accepts that I'm doing this and
No,
is
no, no,
quite
no, no. What's her best meal that she makes?
oh you're gonna laugh, but
She cook a good steak or what?
chicken and dumplings.
What is that, like a fried chicken?
No, it's I think it's kind of looked down upon by most of the population. It's basically like, what do you want to call it? Kind of like a chicken soup with biscuits in it,
Oh,
but I love it. She's
yeah.
not the best.
Well,
She's definitely not the
she's
best
not.
cook.
Oh,
No,
hmm.
I am the cook of the house. She does cook though. I'm just saying she's not like great at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my wife burns soup, so
Right. That's something that she does too and has done. And you're not
I don't
supposed to be able
know.
to do
It's they're
that.
so busy with their goddamn phones. It's not even funny, man. You can't even take 5 minutes to fucking cook the soup. Like a can of soup, right? I have a method to do it, and I have it in record flat time to cook the soup, right? I pour the soup into the pot, I turn it on to max, right? Then I wait like until steam starts to arise, then I shut it off and I let it sit there and it's done. That's it.
It's done.
It's not that complicated. It takes about 4 minutes. Right. But if you slip with that method, yeah, the whole fucking thing will be on fire in 6 minutes. Right. But I don't know how they do it at number 6 and 7 on the dial. I'm doing it at full tilt throttle. Like, I don't know how they do it at 7. They must be waiting 38 minutes before it's like, oh shit, the soup. What the fuck, man? Aren't you hungry? What? How did you make the soup if you're not hungry?
I'm gonna need you. I'm sorry to change subject. I'm gonna need you to give me a walkthrough on how to use this Top Step X bullshit
Yeah, you
because
push buttons.
it's not like
Easy.
Sierra chart at all, and I don't like it.
Oh, no, no. It's really simply. What the hell is this? Ooh, what's that? Think. What the hell is that? What did I do?
You found a thing. You clicked the wrong button, didn't you? Uh-oh.
No, I have an extra indicator.
Oh, bonus
But it
indications.
says no, it says link though, so I'm kind of did I do something all drunk or what?
Wait, where's
Did
my
I link
pullback?
a bunch of accounts? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Thank God. I thought I trade copied. I'm like, oh fuck, we're gonna get blown up. Damn it, look at it rip down.
I'm waiting.
Oh, you're so stupid to shut that off. It just came back to stop me out perfect. That was risk mitigation stop out too. Right
Oh
there.
shit!
See that one
Yeah,
fucking tick? See
I
that
do.
one fucking
I do.
tick? That's so annoying.
I do see your
Even when you
tick.
try and do the right thing and goddamn Satan. It's fucking pissy. I hope somebody's making money off of my calls. Fuck. I sure as shit ain't. Just like that Aussie fucking dollar. Oops, look at it go.
God, this better not dump. Pull back.
The Crudy?
Yeah.
Crudy Judy? I don't think so.
I might actually give it a minute. I'm not gonna take it right now. I need to.
Like you stopped out, yeah, and then you're gonna go short again
No, I'm gonna wait a
in a
minute.
minute. Yeah, okay, I see.
I need to. I need to see. I wanted to break 51 first. I doubt it'll come back for me after it does that, but I already took 2 stop outs on it. Or 1, 2, 2.
I don't know, man. My crack spreading doesn't smoke that well like that. Not smoking. I gotta relight it. That's actually funny. If you've ever smoked crack, it doesn't light.
I remember. Never mind. No more drug stories today. I remember the first time, dude. My friend got so pissed. I just torched it and like burnt everything.
Yeah, one.
And it was
big
his. Obviously,
exhale,
it was his. It wasn't mine.
one huge exhale, and you're like, whoa.
Hey guys.
Hey, you're back. I thought you were napping.
No, I was actually finally eating. I've decided to step away.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good job.
Yeah. So,
What, for today or for how long?
I don't know.
A bit? That's fine. You should.
Yeah.
Think about it like this. The markets will always be here. You're in a
Oh no,
fairly
I'm.
decent financial position. But
Oh no, I'm trading. I'm short Russell.
He's talking about us.
oh, you're a fucking cunt.
No, I think it's good. So you'll come back to us and you'll be able to see that we have finally put all the teachings that you have taught into working order. That's what's going to happen.
Well, no, that's not
Yes.
what I was talking about.
Asshole.
What I was saying is Harvey is right. I'm not in the right mindset right now, and me calling that short and crude didn't come about. That's obviously a stop loss. The call in Aussie was incorrect as well.
Well,
So-
incorrect because it was wrong, or incorrect because it got stopped out?
Isn't it the same thing?
No, you can have a right call and it still gets stopped out. Like, was your reasoning for it flawed? Is what I'm asking.
I did miss something in the Aussie call. So, just running on low sleep is not really helping. So,
No, it's not a good idea.
yeah. So I'm gonna step away for a bit, just until I feel better. I don't want to give you guys wrong calls and stuff like that. That's why.
Well, you don't have to give us any calls, but yes, 10-4.
Yeah. So, I guess until I feel better.
Love you, mean it. Get well
All right.
soon.
Get well soon. Bye bye.
Thanks, guys. All right, later, guys. Bye.
And just like that, the baby has taken him from us. We all saw it coming.
She's not even back from the hospital. She's at the
No,
spa
she's
still.
no, she's not. Which is
Wait,
kind
did
of
she
funny.
give birth though? No, or didn't
Yeah.
she? Yeah, she did.
Yes.
Okay.
The little thing is in existence. The little market maker is in existence now. Looking around, trying to see what it can buy and sell.
God, look at this short Russell. We're almost at target. Doesn't it's
Will do. Will do, buckaroo. So let's have a look. Are we going for the gap close on the SPY on SPX? Somehow feels like it.
Uh-oh.
At the point of contention, huh?
Yeah, even look at those trades. That first exit's not his. There's no reason to fucking do that at all. None. Right now, when we pull back into 66.4, you would take one off. Then you try to stop right up at 68.6 or whatever when this pivot produces itself. Yeah, ideally, trail stop now at 68.2, just in case. Taking one very shortly. Nope, you're leaving it run. It's good to go to the target still, probably. Man, that's borderline. That's great. Where did that transfer? You could probably just take one off right now just to be safe. Also gonna drop time frame. It's still good to go probably for more dump. Probably get right to target on that. Go baby, push. Break that bottom. See, I would take one off right there because I don't love it. Then I would have the trail stop on top. 68.4, but Bayman would be more correct by not having a stop there, and it probably will go till 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something short.
Or come all the way back at you.
Well,
One or
that's
the
why I
other.
have that trail stop in there, right? Like that's again, this is a business, and I'm not in the mood to play around with it.
Well, I mean, are you?
Stage in the game.
So
I'm
what?
not.
What are you? Oh,
I'm just
okay.
playing out zeros. Finish it. And I find if I'm not in a trade, but I wanted to trade, I should still do the tail end. That's the management side of it, right? That's where I think a lot of people are failing on that part. They're always, oh, the entry. Management, in my opinion, is the. It's not what hands do I play. It's how much do I extract when I do play. Like I need to extract max amount while I trade, like while I do it, right? As much as humanly possible. Now, if I had deep pockets, yeah, something that I need to talk to Fat Cat about really would be like he needs to, God damn it, just leave one trail on at all points because he's starting with such a nice number that even if he does chew it up quickly, he could still afford to keep one runner on and be in really good shape, right? Like, well, very similar to what you do, Bayman, but with like, he's already gotten paid a whole bunch. So it would make him feel even better about your.
He should leave on. He should leave on 2 runners. To be honest.
Yeah, 1 or 2, and then when it does its transfers at the bottom, you can at least. Well, he starts with 12, so he could easily leave 4 on. But I mean, I could see how he can. He's looking. How everybody don't look at the P&L. Well, guess what? He's looking at the fucking P&L because it's so goddamn tremendous, right? Like 4 lots coming back 20, 30 ticks. That's like probably quite a bit of fucking money, right? I could punch it in. I mean,
$2,000 on 40 ticks.
yeah, right. You see what I mean? And he, in his opinion, would be like, why the fuck would I leave $2,000 on the table? What would be the point of that, right? And Zero's argument would be because there's $4,000 left to go, I guess. But look at how it's running sideways here. All this drama in the Russell, it's just reinforcing my idea to just shut the fuck off and be done with it and walk away. Recalibrate my my thought process, the only thing helping me to make this go down is the Dow Jones just tightening up on this down channel. But it does kind of look like it's rounding a bit of a bottom. Yes, it's kind of helping. There we go. Dump. That's
Russell
dump.
doesn't
Did it
get
dump?
through 205, then you're good.
That was a dump rejection. You see that?
IWM.
SMCI just dumped out without the rejection. And more. Still pushing. There goes Apple for more low. Tesla's about to break, or it's at double bottom from pre-market. And chips are still flying high, so where's bonds? Bonds are just starting to reverse. Not quite yet. They're not quite at their double top position. But the smaller curve is starting to reverse. Bonds are leading. Or sorry, yields are leading. See, this is the part I hate about Russell, the way it disconnects this. When you trade Russell, if you use Russell as a correlation, that's fine. But when you trade Russell, this sideways really fucking annoys me. Where's our Kraken? Kraken zu Deutsch. Oh, there's the Canadian jump.
IWM at 205 almost. Let's see what happens.
What do you got there? Is that a Gexity you do?
That's a Gexity.
$205 flat, like it has to be on a flat number, right?
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's like the top of Asia. See that? Yeah, that's like the top of Asia range. Huh. Gexity. Yeah, and look, it could potentially reverse and take the whole thing back right now. So trail stop would have been engaged flat on Russell.
Yeah, open interest is heavily skewed to the upside.
I would have netted, yeah, just a 90 ticks, almost 100 ticks. Good trade. I fucked that up. God damn it. Then I guess you know what the really annoying part for me is? Now I gotta wait for another. Who the fuck knows? It could be a whole fucking day before I can get another shot at something. Without cowboy trading, right?
Let the inner cowboy run wild.
Let's blow some shit up.
Barbie says, I was gifted 5 accounts and I still have 4 of them. I can fix that. Wait,
You're actually
that's-
right. I actually do still have 4 of them. I did wreck one though.
Or, sorry, I'm sorry to laugh at that.
I absolutely did wreck one.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah, I have one that is ineligible.
ineligible.
Incorrigible. Yeah. Yeah, it's so easy to. Well, I do stupid things at night, so I got to really stop doing that. That's where I do most of my damage, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Yeah. You
I
know,
would-
it's almost like a punishment, eh? Like I'm punishing myself Yeah. Oh, that's obviously not healthy, but that's what's happening. NQ. Q. Let's see, pull back here into NQ. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. The doors open at 8 o'clock, and that's usually when the magic gets spilled for about a half an hour or so, and then
Yeah.
a little bit at noon, and then 3 o'clock, 3:30. Depending on the day, though, that's when well, the chicken tenders come out of the oven. So we got to testify, testify, testify in 3 minutes. And I'm gonna find me a testify.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson. I am sorry.
I pushed that one by accident.
I had a teacher named Miss Jackson.
No.
I did. Unfortunately, we were all too.
Was she smoking hot?
No. No, she was not. We were all too young to even really know that song too, so we never got to take advantage of it. It's
You know what's
really
really funny
tragedy.
about memory? What grade was that?
If I had to guess, like 3rd grade.
Yeah, it's really funny how you remember little wee pieces like that. I think it was like 2nd or 3rd grade. I had this one teacher that wore like like not mini skirts, like like those like a dress that's a mini skirt, like a fucking office lady. Like it was like like it was just like I don't know what she was doing wearing that clothing to school on the 3rd grade, but it was like wow. I just remember I remember her wearing like one red one with the high heels, and it was like
Be right
yeah,
back.
I'm a boy. I don't have any confusion about this at all. Like like I swear to God, she exactly. Like this was the teacher
Oh,
that I remember.
that you
I
remember.
know.
Yeah.
That I remember. Yeah, like I don't really remember. Yeah, well, I was in 3rd grade or whatever, right? It was actually more like I don't know. It was maybe something like this. Like that's what I remember. That's just it's funny how you remember these things from like, when you were so young. So watch this thing pop out of the hole here or whatever it's going to do right in 5 seconds. for no fucking reason at all. The guy hasn't even gotten to the fucking stage yet. Look at it. Hasn't even gotten to the fucking stage. There's Russell Target. Testify, motherfucker.
He's
That's nuts. That's
testifying
part
too
of it.
hard.
What's that?
The market was not ready for this testification. Not one bit.
Yeah, right? Just got testicles in its mouth. Oh, testicle. And now we can put that. in this one. And we're just going to keep on rolling with it. There it is there. I'm all lined up.
Just close the fucking door.
Yeah, right?
That's got to be somewhere.
It's not, actually. I think I have looked for it.
It's still not? I figured by now it would be. We might have to make it.
Yeah. That's a good attitude. Well, see, this is just Discord. I'm going to go search the internet for it.
Exactly. Oh my. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me
Oh, fuck.
You,
That's
you,
a good one,
you,
too.
you ain't gonna fool me again.
Is it going to dump? This is pure gold coming out today.
I love it. That's a good one. That one I'm saving. Saving it. That's my new screensaver.
I'd have to pat myself on the back. That was a pretty good string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's it. That's a good string. It's the goofy smile on his face that really gets me.
I can't find the GIF anywhere. It's like they're trying to hide it from the masses.
MCI is still falling. It's almost at yesterday's close. Oops.
Oops.
Apple's still falling. Alphabet's falling. Amazon's falling. Here go the chips ready to start filling their gap hole. God damn it. This is the shit that I'm talking about. Eventually, it's going to be no problem, boys. We'll have it figured out. But we should have been short in all the real accounts 2 days ago. And now you're just going to hold on to your britches. And just take it. And then just walk away almost and be fucking done until it shows you another fucking turn. Hopefully by that point you're fucking 7 or 8 or 9. Well, at the, if you were anything, you might be about 900 ticks in the money, so you really don't give a flying fuck. Even if it does come back fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, the GIF doesn't exist. I'll be back in a minute.
Darius.
Is he starting?
No,
No, he
Elon
started already,
Musk.
right?
They were having a problem with oh what? What do you mean?
Now, Jay posted
Starting
talking.
the conversation? Oh, I don't know. Probably.
Uh,
We got a long signal here in Russell now, but I mean, I don't know if I want to touch it like that. Oh, that's kind of cool. Natty, that. Yeah, long natty. Crude still pushing. No short to be had there, fellas.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought I told you. Gotta be careful. Oh, there's that long Russell. Look at it go. Jumpins. Hmm. I'm gonna have to start polishing up my guns. I'm ready to be used. Or sorry, so I guess they're having a problem with Facebook or something, or Twitter or something. Elon Musk just posted, if you're seeing this post, that's because our servers are working. That's
Okay.
interesting. Yeah, just close the fucking door already. What the fuck? Yeah, but why isn't it in GIF mode? Why do I gotta go and build it?
Hey. Now we just need to put Pal's face on him.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
I don't have the GPU for that. Yeah, no, I've seen them. They can put like little yeah, they put little
Like, just
bulls and bears and yeah. I don't know how to do that though.
What happens if I do this? What I can do.
Yeah, so I went to that appointment yesterday and
Mhm.
98% of the other people in the waiting room were over 70 years old. And it was, I don't know, man, when you
Oh,
get to a certain age, you start to get this weird, I don't know, man. It's weird.
no,
It was like,
feel you.
yeah, it's depressing. Like, I don't want to get old.
Oh, that hit in the gut. No, I know. I know.
Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I'm trying to clean up my life, I guess, or whatever, my habits. I'm trying to clean up my habits. For what? To, like, man, they're
I mean, you got to clean up your
the
habits
quality.
so
Yeah,
when
I know,
you're
but
70,
for
you
what?
don't feel
To
like you're
get,
dying.
yeah, that's the whole point. I'd rather just kind of go, I think.
Not before 70. You can at least make it to 70.
Well, maybe not 70. Well, I get you there, but I mean, like I guess what I was talking about the very old
Yeah.
people,
Like upper 80s.
like like the one lady had she had to have partial dementia or something like that, right? Because she kept repeating herself, right? And it was like, and her daughter or helper or whatever was with her was like saying, "No, you only had one cataract done. That's why the other eye is still blurry." And she's like, "But this eye is still really blurry." And I'm like, I didn't say anything, but the daughter or whatever the helper was like, "That's because you only had the surgery in one eye." the other eye, right? And she just didn't get it. And I was just like, oh man, that'd be hard.
Well, quitting the habits will make it to where you can enjoy your 70s more or your 60s. Like, if you are already if your body is already given up by the time you're 60, you're not going to have a great time with them. And drinking or the bad habits that we have,
yeah,
or
I'm not gonna stay. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
and like not
I
being
guess
physically active
I
enough.
guess I'm hoping for a faster transition from old to death. I
Mhm.
don't want to prolong it because I knew my grandmother, my buddy's grandmother, my wife's grandmother. Actually, my wife's grandmother was a perfect example of it. She stayed in a home for like 15 fucking years, man, or something, or 10 fucking years. Like, it's not the money, it's she lived in a home
Yeah.
by herself almost for 10 years. Like, yeah, we went and visited her. Like, she had a fairly, like, like people came and, like, she was blessed, right? Like, people came and visited her, right? But what if you don't have anybody to visit you and you're just sitting there all alone for 10 fucking years, ticking the clock down
Well, ideally, you have
on a
other
shot
people.
clock that never runs out almost. It's like you'll never know when the shot clock's going to
Mhm.
run out. I'd rather know when the shot clock's going to run out, kind of idea, I guess, maybe is what I'm getting at.
Well, you also find other older folks in the home. Like, you're not like totally alone. You have
No,
Or you
no, but still, it's
asshole.
you got to remember like where you came from. Like people are like, I even ran into these people on this was maybe 2 summers ago. I ran into some people that were having a garage sale, right? Or it wasn't even a garage sale. It was hey, this is all free on the side of the road.
Mhm.
So I'm like, whoa, pull that truck over, right? Because some of that's scrap metal, to be honest with you, right? So I'm like, fuck it, I'm not too good to put in a bunch of old shitty bed frames and make $10, right? Like to take 5 minutes of my day, right? That I don't know, it doesn't bother me, right? So I was talking to them and they're like, oh yeah, we're cleaning out our mother's house or whatever, and she's not liking it. And I was like, look, I kind of had to do the same thing with my mom. Or like, sorry, she's a hoarder, so I have to do stage by
Yeah.
I've already done 2 stages of it, and we're not even halfway. And I was like, look, you got to think about it like this. You guys, they took their whole lives to collect all this stuff that they think is cool, and you're just throwing it out. You got to have a little more, I don't know, tooth with it, or what do they call that?
Yeah.
The
Act.
compassion. Like you can't
Oh, yeah.
just be chucking all their shit out and like
Right in front of them.
and not expect them to not say something, right? Like, do you know what I mean? Like the last time I did my mom's, what did we do? We were yeah, okay, yeah. So like I think I was like painting one of the big rooms or something like that had a bunch of stuff in it. So I was like, it didn't even need to be painted, but I was like, we're gonna paint this room, Mom. And she's like, oh, that's great. And I'm like, yeah, great. So then we moved all the stuff into a smaller room. 50% of the stuff made it.
Yeah.
And the rest of the stuff ended up in the back of the truck. Right? My brother's like, why don't you get a dumpster? I'm like, she'll be dumpster diving. What are you you can't leave it. It goes in the truck, it goes to the dump. It's done. Like there's no right. Anyway.
No, I had the same problem with my granddad. Super fucking hoarder. And I mean, I've already told you about that.
Not super hoarder, like newspapers piled up to the ceiling.
No, yes.
You've
not
seen TV
everywhere.
shows. Have
But
you
we
seen the
have-
TV show, the Hoarder
Yeah.
TV show or whatever? Some of them are really, really bad.
Not like that. But we do have or had about 5 big boxes of newspapers. But no, they're not like piled up everywhere. It was just 5
Yeah.
big moving boxes full of them that he saved for whatever reason. Probably
Yeah.
utility, not for memory. Like it was probably like some artsy craft
Yeah, like like I'm gonna start a fire and I need all this
paper mache
kindling
or
or what? Yeah, paper mache or whatever. I get you. Yeah, that's like me. I have a whole box of toilet paper rolls. My wife's
well,
like, "What
that's
the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, my kids, right?" I'm like, "The kids will want them eventually. Like they're gonna make a craft, and all of a sudden we're gonna be under the gun
Yeah. with
to
no
come up
toilet
with all
paper.
these with no toilet paper rolls, and it's like, what the fuck?
But you don't save every one of them, right? You got like 30 of them.
Yeah, no, I have like a box. It's probably like
Yeah.
1 cubic foot of a box.
Yeah.
And it's full, and I'm pretty much finished.
So,
Well, I guess
when
once
did-
the box is full, I'll be finished.
when did your mom pass? I thought she was still kicking.
Oh, my mom is alive. My dad is the one who passed. But
Okay.
I'm starting to understand that she has a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
And she's getting closer and closer. So I'm trying to de-hoard the house
Hoard the
while
house.
she's still there. Yeah, so I don't have to do it all at the end with my fucking brother. 'Cause he's just gonna not even. I don't
And
even know what he's gonna.
He'll just trash all of it.
I think he might dumpster it, right? And I see value. Like I have a bit of hoard in me as well, but I
Right, me
see. I see value in the stuff, right? So I'm like, the problem with my mom and my dad was that they thought the value was too high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they thought something that was like it's realistically it's worth $10, but they think it's $100. So my idea would be to sell that $10 item for $5, and at the end of it, I buy a case of beer or something.
Yeah, me and my lady friend actually got in a big fight with my mom when we went to New Orleans for Grandpa, because my mom got there before us and like started cleaning out his house, and she is like this. She's always been like this. She's always been. So it's not just because it's not just because it was her dad, because she didn't give a fuck about him. Like, and that's I think why that's kind of what made us angry. But she basically just showed up there and started throwing away all his shit. And me and her, my lady friend, were quite frustrated about that because my mom doesn't give a fuck about him. She'd had no sentimental she had no sentimental connection to it. But B, also, she's always been like that in terms of like, she doesn't keep leftovers. She doesn't, anything that is not immediately usable in the next 2 months is going in the trash, even though it's worth $100 or something like that. She is filthy rich though. So there's a reason for that, I guess. And she's lived with hoarders a lot of her life. So I think subconsciously it's like good for her, maybe. I don't know. But we got in a big spat with her.
Yeah, I'm
feel
sure the being wealthy part doesn't hurt, but I mean, at the same time, there's that saying that says like they're not rich because they throw away money.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I just like if I don't know. Like it is a thing, right? It's like if you have something in your house that you haven't used in, well, I don't know what it is, in 2 years or something like that, you should probably throw it away or something like that. I don't know what the saying is, but there's a saying. It's like, and she's all the way down to 6 months, and I'm like, well, am I gonna buy it again in 6 months?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you will.
And
You're
right?
infuriating,
But
or-
like I've also like I've got well, fuck, when it comes to materials, like construction, I got materials as well. Right? Like my wife's like, why
Mhm.
are you saving all this like plywood?
Oh, that'll definitely
like-
come in handy though. Like
I'm
without a
like,
doubt.
yeah, exactly. I'm like, that stuff's kind of expensive. I don't know. It's not full sheets, so it's not like you can.
Cutoffs.
It's kind. Yeah, it's like what my. You know what my saying is for the cut electrical wire.
Hmm.
It's junk. And then I learned actually how to measure it with the ohms or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wait a second, it's actually okay now. Because every time I pulled cut wire to the spot, I was 2 feet short. Every time. And then I'd end up trying to look at the route and go, fuck, can I save 2 feet? Do I drill another hole? Fucking, and then pull it all out, pull it, put drill 4 more holes, whatever, and fucking pull it back over. And I'm like, now we're a foot short. Fuck. And then, yeah. And then you end up buying the wire anyway. So I'm like,
No.
it's worth nothing. It goes in the trash. Not a half a spool or anything like that, but I mean,
Little 30-foot, 20-foot runs.
yeah, exactly. A lot of people would think like, and at first I was like, oh, man, that's
Whoa. What the
that's
fuck?
That's quite a distance.
Rude just shit the bed. Holy fuck. Sorry, I was looking at a footprint of it. Here, I'll show you what the footprint just did.
No,
Oh.
Water Bobby, we should, everything is flying. Look at the spreads now.
Fuck.
Or, sorry, the crack spread thingy. Look at that.
Yeah.
Something is happening. Where's our juice? What's the juice?
Holy shit.
Crude oil inventories.
Oh my god, I'm a dumbass.
10:30. Yeah, crude oil inventories came in,
I feel stupid.
inventories come down. See, I don't think this is a bad thing. We had, what do you call it? This is all in line from like the last 3 inventories. We were over inventoried, and now we've exported. Watch, we look for exports now, and watch, the exports is going to be, or sorry, the imports will be lower just like they were before, and the exports should be higher. Watch, they're taking over Saudi right now.
I feel stupid. Here I am trying to trade crude and they got fucking crude news.
Good morning.
Dumbass. Hey, buddy.
How are you doing? I guess you're in crude.
No, I'd been trying to trade it all morning and my dumbass didn't even know that there was news coming up in it. They had inventories today. And I'm like staring at a footprint of it because I'm like looking for a pullback.
Yeah.
And then what? That picture I posted. Then that happened like within a second. Like that was a second. And I thought my computer blew up or something.
So Zero had his baby yesterday.
Yes.
Was
and I was supposed to announce that to the world, I don't think.
oh, he didn't
No,
say
he
that
did.
in like
He did. He did up in ES chat. That's what I was trying to break his balls, and he didn't understand. He let the cat out of the bag on his own up in ES chat. So don't think that you did anything wrong.
Okay.
why'd he announce it in ES chat?
That's what I don't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I said, "What the fuck are you doing, messing around with them at that? What the fuck were you drunk? What the fuck?
cheating on us, bro. What are you doing?
You're cheating on us."
Yeah.
See, gasoline inventories are up, but they're down. Like they're down more. The inventories are lower, but that's positive. They're calling it positive. Interesting.
See, this shit pisses me off.
Interesting. Why, you were gonna catch that?
No, the fact that I've now been doing this for as long as I have been, and I still miss.
Oh, no.
No,
It's
like,
okay,
that's
man. It
fucking
slipped. Every once in a while it slips. It
That's
does. Don't
rookie move.
break your nuts on that. Yeah, it is. I caught myself like I think it was a month ago or yeah, not even whatever. And then so the exact same thing kind of happened. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You're better than this. What
Yeah.
these are the little fucking details. Look, bonds are coming off now.
Yeah.
Dollar is slightly reacting, not as much. Shut the fucking door. That short that looked like it was such a great short 10 second or whatever ago. No. Look at there's NQ double topping or whatever you want to call it. Top ticking. Brian, I just saw your message. You're still there. I'm 47 years old.
I was about to say, what age are you gonna make up today?
Yeah, you can have the real one. Seeing as I was talking about dying. 23. You know, did I ever tell you the story about the guy at the landfill site? See, I go over the scales and I'm like, oh yeah, where do you want? He's like, what's the, he goes, yeah, just pull in the back. And I'm like, hey buddy, how's it going? And he's like, yeah, it's just another day closer to death. Just put it over there. I'm like, holy fuck.
That's like the exact opposite of what I say. My go-to
Loves his
is
job.
my go-to is living the dream, and he picked truly the exact opposite.
Mhm.
Uh,
Just living the dream. But he's like, yeah, no, we're just another day closer to
we're just
death.
dying,
I'm
dude.
like,
He says that's the
right
dream.
on. Potentially,
I
right? Like that's
dude, I have a guy. I didn't used to have a guy, but now I have a guy. Um, I now have a guy that I met at the landfill who
oh yeah.
I trade mushrooms for free landfill. Like I'm allowed to just dump my shit there now.
No
Which is-
way.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Like I just bring him like
Oh man, you got to find another way to do that with those because you need to get rid of them.
exactly.
That's a great idea. That's
Yeah. And I give him a shit ton. It's not like I give him like a quarter, which I guess
oh,
is
who cares? Yeah, like you could give them $100 for $10. It's a relationship that's not. It's better than anything, really.
um yeah, it's great, dude. Because usually you have to spend $20 per whatever
Oh yeah.
load.
Yeah, but plus you feel like a big shot when you roll in there. It's like, yeah, yeah.
It does actually. I didn't tell my lady friend about it. Like I meant to, but I forgot all about it. And then we had to go dump, and like this was like 3 months ago, and the dude like ran out to the car, and I just gave him a little baggie, and we strolled through, and she was like, "What the fuck was that?" It was great. I did feel like a big
Payments
shot.
are rendered when services are or whatever. Yeah, payments are rendered.
I did feel like a
Yeah,
big
that's
shot.
awesome. No, that is good. Like man, anything that'll get you up off the fucking pavement nowadays is
Crude is at its major or a major level. I bet none of y'all had that one, did y'all? Nobody
yeah.
had
I
that
have
major level.
no, is that an important one?
It's a major level. Of course, it's important,
Well, I mean, extra important.
No.
That's where I get lost.
right?
Sorry, but it's still bullish, guys.
It is.
It's not bearish. Not bearish anymore because we hit that level at the bottom. The way it hit that bottom and then sliced two of them and came back and then did it, that to me is where I'm starting to actually learn how to use these fucking things. The levels are fine and dandy. You still got to be able to trade them or interpret what they're telling you.
Yeah.
It's tough. Trust me, it's goddamn tough. But if you look, crude's actually a beautiful fucking specimen of it, right? If you look on the 12th of February, the 15th of February, really interesting on the 21st of February and then the 26th of February, the way those two go together, right? And then after the 26th, it was the 27th. And then like I don't know, the way I'm looking at it now, it's just like, yeah, that's really interesting. So then they pulled back today or whatever that yesterday was or whatever that or the 5th. Yeah, so that's yesterday, the 5th. They pulled back to it, took all the liquidity from the 27th to the 1st of March, right? Took all that little bit of liquidity right there, just took it slightly, ran up, and then did the do.
uh, Harvey, do you want to give Zoster Zero's usual response?
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm reading it now. How different are you guys trading compared back to? Well,
I'm not laughing at you, Zoster. I'm laughing that Zero always has like a script that he almost reads.
yeah, I don't have the script that he reads, but let's put it this way, Brian. I don't even have a DOM open on my chart. I actually um don't even have any indicators on my chart either. Ah, actually, I have one. Well, I use like moving averages, I guess, but not really.
Not really.
But not
I
really.
wouldn't
They're
say.
just there. They're
Yeah,
just there.
I wouldn't say
But
you
no,
use
kind
them.
of use them, but not really. Yeah, kind of.
So the script, and first off, this is not how I trade because I'm not smart enough to do this. But Zero's script is he says, I trade something I call capital flow. And then whoever asks the question says, what is capital flow? Where can I learn about it? And then Zero says, ha 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 ha. You have to pay some old pit guy $20,000. Ha ha
No,
ha
more,
ha.
40. 40.
And
40.
yeah, now it's 40. I don't know when that price changed, but damn,
Mhm.
that's a big shift. And then he explains that capital flow is observing the movement of money from one product or sector to another. And that's usually where we have lost 90% of the people that ask how he trades. And then they never
Yeah, and then you want to be with the bigger players. You don't want to fight the bigger players. So if you know where the money is coming from and going to, you have a better chance of at least being with the bigger players when they're in a bigger move. So he's looking for moves that are bigger, like 2 days ago or whatever it was when it shifted short. He's out of the loop a bit, and sometimes they miss it. When he says they, it's his he has a group of older pit traders that he chats with or whatever, and they I bet they missed it too, right? Because they always want more confirmation. But saying that, you were supposed to be short yesterday or the day before and holding it until, I don't know, maybe the end of the month or something. I don't know where they're, that's the trading that you want to I don't think he follows the dark pool. He would probably have an answer for that.
He certainly does
Take
not.
that one.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
Well, but why he doesn't use dark pool?
Oh, yeah.
Not
Be-
yeah, he does not use it, but he will have an answer of why he does not use it. Which it won't help you. It won't help. The answer won't help you. It'll just confirm that he doesn't use it. And therefore, you should not either. There's the actual answer to it all. Therefore, you shouldn't either. I don't, man. I really, I just, now that the crude is in motion, you're trying to get in front of this. I don't care that there's a major level here, right? You know what I mean?
No, I'm not. I'm done.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying if you, I can't short this here. This is crazy talk, right? What do you think?
Especially given the time of day. No, I would not short it.
Yeah, like, well, no, the time of day is not the end of the world right now for me.
I don't see crude really reverse around. Like either it reverses at London or
Yeah,
at open or at New York open.
yeah. So 8,
Yeah.
8:30, 8, 9:30, and 11:30.
But like midway to London close, I don't see it like reverse
It's
often.
just gonna continue, right? Yeah.
Or
Well,
chop
especially
side.
with whatever this move was too, right? Like it's pretty
Mhm.
somewhat aggressive if you were.
It is. Which is funny because I've been quite long, or I'm still long biased crude, and I have been for whatever 2 months now.
It's like Bitcoin. You just can't get in it,
Yes,
right?
but also kind of going back to what I was saying regarding that spread, uh, I wouldn't want to get in it right now, even though it would have worked out tremendously. I feel like the spread is kind of saying the odds are not in your favor that we're gonna have this move continue, even though it is right now.
Oh, the ebb and flow of it all, right?
Mhm.
Bobbing and the weaving.
And to answer your original question, Zoster, how different are we from Fat Cat? Fat Cat makes money.
Yeah, and a lot of it.
I do not.
Yeah.
Just to clarify before you start listening to us,
Yeah.
we don't know what we're
If
talking about.
If you're nimble enough and you can perform the faster entries and faster exits, I'm not suggesting that it's scalping, but it's very quick entries and exits. That don't have, like, in my opinion, the scalp is an overall length. Some people measure it in time, some people measure it in ticks. Right, I believe a scalp would be measured in ticks, not in time. Where if you look at Fat Cat's P&Ls, a lot of his trades are sub 1 minute, sub 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, and then he'll hit one that's 25 minutes and walk away after that. How can I explain this? He shoots for the longer move. He just takes more shots at it. And he won't give up on it either. Whereas I would give up on it. I would feel like if we were going to go long here, I would feel like I'm chasing here. And I just wouldn't bother doing it. Plus my risk to reward isn't correct here, whereas Fat Cat's risk to reward is more nuanced. And he's extremely nimble at adhering to it. So he's not going to let this thing run back 12 ticks on him. He's going to cut it at 2 ticks. Then he's going to reapproach it, see if he can take another shot at it. If he believes this is long and this is the breakout shot, he will try at this, like, as many times as almost necessary. I will give up on this. I won't do it. I'm not nimble enough. I guess I always look at it and have that fucked up mindset of it'll keep going, or one of those fucking things. Oh, it'll come. Yeah, maybe it'll come back, right? Instead of cutting it, like right now, it's pulling down. You're like, oh, maybe it'll come back, right? So you're holding through this, and you're holding, and you don't know, right? Whereas he would cut it, or I would enter at a different spot, right? I wouldn't be trying for this trade personally. It's not my favorite trade. It'd be a good time to zoom out.
That's actually what I was
What's going
just
on here?
doing. Here, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. And this isn't anything crazy. It's just I don't know. I'm just gonna share my screen because nobody else is. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
Let me know when you're looking.
Yeah, I see it.
So the big green,
Those weekly
big
bars or
gray,
monthly bars?
the big gray ones are weekly. The little bars are 2 hours. But
The blue and pink.
yes, the blue and pink are 2 hours,
Or 2 hour. Okay. Yep.
but the grays are just weeklies. But honestly, right now I'm just looking at weekly. So we had that big old. So I've been long biased since around here, which was I
Like
guess
what
the
product?
20th.
Sorry, what this
Crude. Sorry, crude.
Yeah.
So this is where I was trying for like weeks to get long, but we were just chopping sideways. And then finally we start breaking out of it, and we have this weekly candle right here, which is like a big. It's not quite an outside. Never mind. I was about to say it is an outside bar. Here, let me actually just pull up a weekly chart because that's what matters more. So we kind of had this outside bar indicating maybe that was going to be a failed breakout. So maybe we were going to reverse lower, but we did not. This little wick below it was just like the first 5 minutes of a Monday. So I'm going to consider that little wick below it to be a part of the outside bar. It's not necessarily the wick doesn't bother me. The wick that breaks it doesn't really bother me. That's kind of what I'm saying. And we end up not getting that reversal and breaking out of that outside bar to the upside. So what I'm thinking is long only from here on out until we get some kind of reversal signal. My long only that I'm looking for, that I would like to happen, would be a pullback to just this cluster, like this low noted area, which just so happens to have a low of a major level. So just in the next couple days, if we can get a pullback to that major level or anywhere around here, I might be looking to get long. And ideally, when that,
blue box.
yeah, this little rectangle or channel.
Yeah.
Ideally, when that happens, Timmy's God spread will open its legs to us and give us a prime opportunity to make some money.
Yeah.
That might
Did you?
also
How did you draw
be a.
that blue box?
Where does it come from? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Yeah.
There is
Oh,
this
okay.
low noted area right here.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, if we get that, I might actually try to get into a swing trade with options. I think.
Right. Now, just hold it right here for a sec.
Mhm.
Move your cursor off that. You shift the whole chart a little bit left.
Like that.
That's right. You go left.
Oh my god. 1 second.
Yeah, like that. Like that. That's fine.
Ah,
Your left profile is from when to when? Like, how big is that?
1 second. I fucked up everything.
Wow. Sierra. There's no
Let's
back
find out.
button on the
It's
goddamn thing. Fuck.
That's probably just going back a few months. Yeah.
Okay, so
There
that's
you
a
go.
composite. Okay, so that's the beginning. Is that tail ass end of it?
We could also do that.
Well, we
But
can do
yes,
whatever you
it's been
want.
a low note going back a while.
But
That's what I'm
okay,
saying.
so this data goes from your starting point here on the left to the right current data.
Mhm.
Okay, and then what's this one on the right?
That's all time, but I have quit looking at it so much because the discrepancies you get from rollovers, like it causes.
Let me just make a small suggestion, and if you can
Mhm.
readjust it afterwards. But I'd like you to move your blue box, and I'd like you to widthen it upwards until the right profile fills it right there. That's
We
that.
can even do this if you want.
No,
or not.
because then that messes up. No, go okay, do that for now, and I'll show you why you wouldn't want to do that. Right? Yeah, right to there. Now look where it's putting it in on the left composite.
Right.
See how it's just like a super high node? You wouldn't want to do that, right? So we want to encapsulate that. Plus, we're not into the high. Like move the chart a little bit more to the left. Yeah, see how we got the angle? Let's see how we're running up that big hill here. So you'd want to just
Mhm.
match that up with the other big hill. It's more important that that hill line on both left and right profiles match.
Mhm.
Like pull your line down. Yeah, right. You see what I mean? When that matches up, that's a better matchup.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I agree. I do agree.
As far as that kind of voodoo nonsense goes, yeah, like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, nobody uses
Do it
volume
like- do it-
profile.
Yeah, do it like that.
But
look at the big hole on top here for the bigger profile, right? I'd almost be eyeballing right down just a bit. Yeah, up just a hair. See you're on that low node there on the left composite.
right here.
Yeah, right there, right? So now I would jump the whole thing. So mark another box if you can, or yeah, okay, and then I would go up a little bit higher and I would mark it and I would use the yeah, give or take.
So that would be now getting into Fat Cat's idea of, let's say we do get that pullback to get long. Maybe we shoot for a
That's the
fill.
target.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or further. I mean,
See, but the
a long ways.
composite, see, this is where the building the composite comes in most important, right?
Mhm.
From where you're taking it from. So let's, I guess, like compress the whole chart so I can see where the root of your left composite's brewing from.
I cannot compress any further. Oh wait, there you go.
Yeah, I would just drag it a hair left more.
I'll drag it wherever you want.
Oh, too far.
Too far.
Come over, come over, come over, come over.
This video demonstration covers motherboards.
A little bit
and-
more. Wait a minute there. Oops, jumped this.
And every computer has a system board that's called the motherboard. And the motherboard contains all of the components that help your processor and other systems run to produce outputs made from your inputs.
Yeah.
I wanted to show you the backside of this motherboard because I think it's rather fascinating when you look at all this circuitry and think of all of the data that goes back and forth and all the electrical current and all of the different components that come together to take inputs and produce outputs from all the different components that are inside a computer and anything that could be attached around the peripheral. So one thing.
It's going to want to suck price to it. What is that price? We'll write it down. I'll put it on to Twitter.
80 to Twitter. 8420.
80.
Actually, use
80, what do you got? Yeah, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's
8454.
Twitter.
8450. Yeah, 54.
50? No, 54. Okay, yeah. I was going to say it can't be 50 because then it'll be too fucking. That's why you can't make a price. When you make a price, you can't say, it's $500. They're like, what do you mean $500? Okay, it's $510. Does that make you feel better? Like, what?
Thing I wanted to remind you is wear your
Anyways,
ESD
that's
strap
what I was looking
if you're going to be working on
ideally,
particularly your
hardware.
motherboards or any kind of circuitry. This
Tim
is
has got
just
very
a
cool.
training board that I have here.
up
So
with
I'm
that.
not going to use the ESD strap, but letting you know as a reminder that you want to use that. I'm going to flip this over so we can look at another side, and then I'm going to label some of these parts and walk you through them. So when you're talking about motherboards, they basically contain everything that you need. They contain the central processing unit, they contain the RAM memory slots and your cache memory, your chipsets, they contain the BIOS chip, your CMOS battery, expansion slots, serial and parallel slots, and any number one of your or any of your
If anything, I find the profiles work a little bit better on crude and gold for some reason.
You think so?
Maybe I just see it better. Maybe it's not. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it just fits my eye better.
Yeah.
The way the price action works or something. I don't know. Chips are not giving this up, man. This might push a little higher. We'll see what happens here at that gap hole again. That was a good call from this morning too. Shit, I should have held that. I would have been out anyway for 100 ticks, but whatever.
number of connectors, such as your mice
Look at that
or your
break it
keyboards,
now.
anything needed for sound or video cards, and even fans. So all of these are necessary to help the computer turn your inputs into outputs. This is where everything happens. So motherboards come in a few different sizes. If you look on the internet, just do a basic search. There are about 40 different types, and I'm going to cover the major three. And basically that describes kind of the form factor. There's a standardized configuration.
It's not. It's gonna come off wrong. I can tell already. I'm not gonna say it right. It's like 11 a.m. Gonna break down. More pushing. Wait till gap.
You know, as much as I don't use site prices, they seem to work often. At least the big ones.
Yeah.
Like they work
Again,
more
on
often than not.
Twitch, right? Like, okay, so right now we're at NQ 18,000.
Oh,
95, right? Like we're almost at 18,100. So which number, like, and then
I don't know if every 100 would work for NQ. Like it's not very important at all.
yeah,
In my
that's what I mean.
and for NQ.
Now and then okay, so now we're coming into ES and we're at like 5125. Is that something?
I don't think so. I was more talking about like every 100 for ES is what I was talking about. Like I was just looking where we bounced
5100,
today.
5200. Yeah, sure.
We pulled back to yesterday. And that's it's just something I've noticed a few times. I don't use them, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should, especially at all-time highs. Like if we get up to like 5,200.
Well, you got nothing. Yeah. You got nothing else, right? So what the fuck? Like NQ doesn't seem to put a rhyme or reason on it. Like I got 17,975, right? Like, or I don't know if that's
Well, has it been reacting to like? So we've been trading 18,000 recently. So I'm wondering if it's been reacting there. Let's see. 18,000.
a little bit support resistance. Kind of did a support resistance at 18K. I guess that's more recently than anything.
No, yeah, I'm not really seeing too much.
Did Powell, like, is he finished or what's going on with all that? We're making sure banks with commercial real estate sector exposure can manage any losses. It will be a problem to work through for several years. That was at 11, whatever, he's probably still talking. So I won't be engaging until after that, so. I just think this is all, I don't know. Like it's bullshit, right? Like you don't know which way it's gonna go. Until he said, what if he says something stupid like in 2 seconds?
He doesn't say anything stupid. The man
What if
is
they think he said something stupid? It's not okay, so he doesn't say anything stupid, but they think he said something stupid. And then they later find out that it wasn't anything stupid at all. It was just we thought it was. And all the while you just lost 40 ticks. You got eaten alive.
Howdy.
Good morning, numbers.
Morning. How's that new thing treating you? That what did you call it? Wasn't what was the new name?
Claude.
Of the new one?
Claude.
Yeah, Claude. Yeah, Claude Font. It's such a realistic name. I can't. Yeah.
Relatively well.
So is this going to be part of the game then? Is it just staying on top of the most relevant or best GPT you can? Like, is that going to be part of it?
For what people?
Well, like, you know, somebody trying to, I don't know, I guess do what you're doing or whatever.
It's useful, yes, but the idea generation, the analogy I used for someone yesterday was for a year and a half now, all these tools have been almost readily available, but yet I still hear people complaining, oh, I want to build a business, oh, I want to do this or that, I don't know how to build a website or graphic design. It's, well, no, yeah, just fucking keep complaining. It's, you need to have, if you have the initiative and the idea and execution, you'll make a lot of money, but most people don't have the initiative or the execution on it. And if you have either of those two aspects, I think there's a significant amount which is feasible.
Like, where do you hear about the newest version of the I guess the machine learning or what have you?
Or YouTube, or really most of the people to whom I subscribe on those platforms are often releasing content related to the most recent models.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Zero asked you, when are you gonna go live? Well, you said, I thought he said this week.
I was supposed to go live last week, but I've been having recurring issues with whenever VWAP, whenever there's a gap in data or data feed drops, we have to shut off trading for an entire day because with an anchored VWAP, if you lose 5 minutes of data, your anchored VWAP is completely different, and that's going to change your thresholds, not making any of your back testing valid. So we're looking for a way around using anchored VWAP. And we're thinking of just keeping it as simple as higher high, lower low, swing high, swing low, and then using some other confirmation metrics. But yeah, the anchored VWAP is proving to be a bit more problematic in the circumstance data drops. So hopefully they had both my bank accounts locked and I was about to transfer funds into it. So hopefully have that removed by Friday.
Just the smoothing of the VWAP would fuck it up as well, right?
Well, no, not the smoothing of it, but it's because VWAP is calculated on a tick by tick basis. If you have 5 minutes of data drop, your VWAP value is going to be pretty significantly different. And if you're looking to take a breakout trade off of 2 standard deviations from VWAP. Well, if you've lost 5 minutes of data, you have to shut down for the entire day. That's pretty problematic.
This might be enough for the crude here to turn around. One last pullback and then we'll see. Need a better top.
Sloppy top.
Yeah, that top's no good. Sloppy taco. Funny how this job is not what people really think it is.
Boring as fuck. If you're a discretionary trader, yeah. I literally spend my entire day doing research. That's the vast majority of it.
I think that's the other thing too. I call it a job, and it actually, that's the misconception. People think that this is only a 1 hour job a day. And you pull out your guns and you shoot a bunch of bullets and you make fucking 30 grand. I mean, well, it's not that at all. I mean, you actually have to treat it like a fucking, the whole fucking day. Doesn't even have to be 100% like trading related. Like it's like you know, it's your bike ride. Your bike ride is like part of your mental stability.
Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah, we were making a note of that the other day. ES Tex has even been pretty quiet lately. Those first.
Yeah, the market's absolute dog shit.
No, I'm just saying we must have blew up a lot of people earlier in the week. With that one.
Or it wouldn't surprise me.
Ah. Long out of the hole is becoming a thing. Very interesting. What's today? Wednesday? Hmm.
Is 'tis awfully quiet.
Zero City's gonna be out for a little bit.
He coming back later, or
Maybe like later in the week. Or something.
I'll be in San Francisco tomorrow and probably Friday.
I would think it would be rainy San Francisco this time of year, wouldn't it?
I know my friend was. I haven't. I never checked the weather. My friend said last week it was okay. Thursday, Friday are supposed to be sunny. Saturday with rain. Okay, this perfectly coincides with heading there. Today's raining. Yeah, I'm surprised more people in here are not on ChatGPT or Claude, whatever, 24/7, 365. I yeah,
They don't have
it's
good questions, man. That's the issue. It's the questions.
I know, but it's almost akin to your best friend of if you have an idea, literally build it out. You can build it out so fucking easily and then visualize it. It's it's language to code.
Yeah, well, no, I get you. I think a lot of people get like you touched on it earlier with I don't know what I can't remember the word you used, but like the motivation to it's like, well, somebody's already done that. So there's no way to improve it. Like they have the like there's no motivation to even like, okay, so maybe you don't have your own idea, but like, how do you get your own idea would be to try and troubleshoot somebody else's idea or and improve on it, right? Like that's what growth of this fucking stupid planet is been. That's all it's been. It's just an improvement on, there's no real new great ideas, right?
Execution.
Sure. Sure.
And that's why if you're trading mean reversion, yeah, you're probably going to be run over because there are people significantly better at projection and or predicting price in mean reversion than retail. But if you're trading a trend, oh god, there's so many fucking ways to do it. And that's right now what I'm just trying to figure out a better metric for how I can go through with this.
Oh no, this is a different one. Shit. Let's scroll up.
If anyone has questions, oh wait, question. Bayman, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. If you can hear me, I need to hop on a call with current partner and discuss a few things. And then, yeah, I'll be back. And then I'm cycling it in an hour and 10 minutes. But yeah,
Straight up, like the second I finished eating.
Nice. Does not get better than that.
I am short crude, but we have definitely had some losses today.
Oh, wow, you just didn't give up on that. Let me look at crude. You just didn't give up on that, eh? Hmm.
I mean, that was just the London close. How far I want to hold it, because we're now at that major level. Like
What'd you
this is
get?
Your
almost
Okay, what
CMOS
price-
battery, expansion slots,
Uh,
serial and parallel slots,
50,
and
80, 50.
any number one of your or any of your
But this is
number of
almost a good
connectors,
pullback
such
to
as
get
your mice.
long, like
Jesus Christ.
to this major level. But honestly, if I can just,
or your keyboards, anything needed for sound or video cards, and even fans. So all of these are necessary to help the computer turn your inputs into outputs. This is where everything happens.
I do have losses.
So motherboards come in a few different
If I
sizes.
just
If you
went
look
flat
on the
right now, that would make up for almost all my losses.
Okay. Well, I've gotten signal here for a slight pullback on a different time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really wouldn't be surprised if it didn't pull back a bit here. But I mean, you may not be in trouble. Like that's kind of where I would be more interested in going short. Would be up around the 50. Right?
the internet, just do a basic search. There are about 40 different types, and I'm going to cover the major three. And basically, that describes kind of the form factor. And there's standardized configurations like the standard the ATX, and the ATX is about 9.6 inches by 12 inches, just a common size and common dimensions. And ATX 6 inches, the ATX, and the ATX is about 9.6 inches by 12 inches, just a common size and common dimensions.
I don't know.
dimensions. And ATX stands for Advanced Technology Extended. It has 24 pins, and you'll see some slight
Code
variation. Stands for
instructions.
Advanced Technology Extended.
Oh,
It has
The fucking AI shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know how to fucking use it. I guess because everybody keeps talking about how awesome it is, and I don't. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm the one that doesn't have the good questions. Maybe that's the problem.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't have good questions. Either. Again, my advice would be to try and think of the end product.
24 pins, and you'll see some slight variations in each type of motherboard. No manufacturer is going to have the same configuration with the different components that are on here, but basically they're all going to make a motherboard that's very similar in some of the components that are on it. Then you've got the micro ATX and
little victories.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, damn it.
And then you add the little victories up, right? And then before you know it, they're kind of all there. And then, you kind of get you get closer to the finish, right? It's almost like the finish can or shan't be finished ever because of the evolution of it all.
I took one off just now. Sorry, it was. But you're right. Yeah. I mean, that's actually kind of part of the problem. Was like, you were talking about breaking the roadblocks one by one. I was doing that, and it just took so long that it was like better off I just did it myself.
That could be an issue, right? The patience part of everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, are they really gonna leg up again? Like, what did Powell say? Nothing. He didn't say anything, and everything came in. All the earnings weren't that bad. Why wouldn't we go up? Hey, man, why do you keep wanting to go short
And crude,
in everything?
I don't want to go short in everything.
No, I'm just kidding.
I honestly don't even want to go short in crude, but
Yeah, right.
but it was London close, and I am
It
weak-willed.
wasn't London close. It was 20 minutes before, 10 minutes before London close.
It was a few minutes. No, I got short. I don't even know how to see what time I got short on this fucking Top Step thing.
Oh, you
How
don't.
do you-
You'd have to. Okay, you want me to show you how to do that? So go to the bottom, and you're gonna get the double arrow. You know what I mean, to expand the pane.
I am already lost. Double arrow.
Yeah, go to the bottom of the screen, and you'll get the double arrow that's going to allow you to expand the. You know what I mean? The panes. There's two panes there. There's a pane at the bottom that you're not seeing.
Okay.
Right? You know what I'm trying to say? So you can just click down there and then drag up, and you should open up the pane.
Okay.
The lower pane. You see
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm saying?
that is open. Like the one that has
Okay,
accounts
so
orders.
yeah, right. So
And that's
how many
about a
things do you have
9,
at the bottom there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things.
Six things.
Six things.
0.6 inch by 9.6 inch motherboard. So imagine a smaller motherboard that would maybe be about this dimension in size. So those have a little bit less expansion slots, but they're common to see in things. And then you've got the mini ITX, and that's about 6.7 inches by 6.7 inches. And you'll see those in things like automobiles, cars and trucks and things like that. They've got smaller boards which are distinct and used for specialized things like media. So basically, in a nutshell, the motherboard is like a mini city of communication. You've got all the different pathways of communication and any numbers that you can expand options, like just like a city. If you wanted to add houses or you wanted to add skyscrapers, you could do that. So you've got some expansion capability for there. wanted to talk a little bit about on this particular board that I've got in front of you. The side that faces me is actually the front side, and this side faces the rear. I want to work my way showing you around this motherboard. And let me go from, let's say 1 o'clock, and I'll go in a circular fashion just to show you the basic component. So I've got some name tags over here that I'm going to put on each different component, so we'll be able to discuss those. And then I'll identify some of the other smaller ones as we go. So starting at 1 o'clock, I want to show you this. This is the back panel, or the input and output. These are all the input and output plugs that you have on the back panel of the computer. You know, you would have your casing on the outside that this would be fastened to, and you can plug any number of things in. You could plug in a printer, or you could plug in a keyboard or a mouse, things like that. So this is your back panel, or the input and output panel. One thing that's important about the back is I think, you know, by design, everything that comes out of the back of the computer is set there so it makes it easier for the user. So you've got your keyboard and your mouse cables and things that go towards the back, and your power cables that go toward the back. So that helps you to not get things tangled. So it's easier to have them flow from the back and be close to the power supply. And that works pretty well. A lot of the modern like laptops and things you see, I plug a mouse in on this side and an external drive in on this side. And it's just different, you know, but basically everything is meant to be user-friendly and keep things out of the way so they don't cause any specific issues. So just remember that. You got a lot of plug-and-play devices. So I've got a super input-output chip, and this is something that really interfaces with low bandwidth devices. And then I want to talk a little bit about circuits. So I had it flipped over just a minute ago, and you could see all the different types of circuits and circuitry. And that's amazing. You know, it's all in and out of the computer and connects and puts everything together. So an electronic circuit is basically made of individual electrical components. And these are things like resistors, and you'll see transistors and capacitors and inductors and all the little small pieces of hardware that you see here. And they're connected by conductive wires, which you see here. And then that traces where electrical current can go, and it flows back and forth and takes power back and forth to make the necessary components. components work and function. I've got some drive connections. I'm going to show you with this tab. These are some of my drive connections. They're also IDE connections. So my drive connections will go to drive similar to this. Got a plug in here. This just happens to be an optical driver, but this plug actually would plug into the back of here as an IDE connector and uses an IDE connecting cable, which looks similar to this. And that connects into the board here. And would connect into my drive. Simple plug and play. Same thing, you've got some other power connectors that go into other drives such as floppy disk drives and other read type devices. So let me set that down carefully. I wanted to point out the IDE connections and label those for you. Okay, remember the IDE stands for Integrated Drive Electronics, and that's a standard type of connection for storage devices. The IDE stands for Integrated Drive Electronics, and that's a standard type of connection for storage. Devices in a computer. Drive electronics, and that's a standard type of connection for storage devices in a computer. My diodes, let me get you a tag for that. Diodes can be, I've got a couple of different products in here. Scoot this over so you can see that. And diodes are similar in fashion to something that looks like this. And the diodes can be used as any type of different device and have a number of different functions. They can be used as rectifiers or signal limiters or voltage regulators, switches. Rectifiers or signal limiters or voltage regulators, switches. You can use them for signal modulation or signal mix and signal demodulation, and even oscillators. So they can perform a number of different tasks in there. The fundamental property or what you need to know about diodes is they conduct electric current only in one direction. So in a computer that would function almost as a switch. It would let electrical current come in, but it wouldn't let go out, and that way it would reduce the risk of harm for your computer. Okay, the next thing I wanted to talk about was your north bridge. We've got the north bridge and the south bridge, and the north bridge is responsible for the communication from the CPU to memory. The north bridge is located. The north bridge is responsible for the communication from the CPU to memory. The north bridge is located closest to the CPU, and it's usually the second largest chip after the processor. Usually has a fan or a heat sink above it. And then we've got our BIOS flash. So I want to talk about the BIOS flash. My BIOS flash is located right here. And we talked about your basic input-output system. You know, that houses your low-level program code that allows the system devices to communicate with one another. The BIOS chip is a read-only memory chip, so you got to remember that the primary function of that is to control the boot processes for the system and do the power-on self-test. So the post-test allows the computer to check out the whole system, make sure it's okay, and then ensure once it knows it's good to go, then it's ready to locate the bootable partition on the master drive. and load the operating system. On our processors, I'm going to point over here. I've got my processor actually under here, under this heatsink. And the processors are the brains to the computer. They allow it to perform many different tasks extremely fast. They perform calculations based on any request from the operating system, and they control access to the system memory. The processor provides the 4 basic functions of the computer, including data input and output, processing, and storage. When you talk about the capacitors look similar to this, and they're electronic components that store electrical energy in an electric field, and they store that up.
Make it like
No,
I'm not gonna make
Dave's
you
got
I am
better
not-
excuses though. Dave's not been full time, so
Yeah.
Dave had to take a whole summer off basically, Dave, right? Remember you took your son around?
Oh yeah, that first stuff. That's when I came back in Zero was full on board. I was like, "Ooh, when did he get
Yeah.
involved?" Yeah,
Yeah, what happened? When
I was like, "Who the heck is Zero?"
then you
yeah,
went
that
to
would have been like the
France.
very first time you've ever met Zero, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a
so-
good
so
memory,
That's the
Marty.
weird transition. There's a weird transition with him and Fat Cat.
Oh, they are so
Specs.
opposite. Most.
So, Harvey, did you like join this Discord for Fat Cat, and then Zero showed up as well?
Yeah, right. So I joined. What is that? Like 3 months after Dave,
Okay, yowza.
right? And
Yep.
no, what do you call it? Zero. Yeah, no, he wasn't around. He wasn't here. I don't even know. Was Specs here at that time? Yes, I think so.
See, that scares me
Specs,
too.
Me and Risky, right? The whole summer that Dave was off, it was Specs, me, and Risky. And like odds and ends. Well, Number obviously was kind of kicking around at that point too, because him and Risky thought he found the gold mine with trying to suck the information out of Number's forehead there, and they were kind of in cahoots there for a little bit. He really was working to try, like him and another guy were really trying to get Numbers' answers.
Oh, who was that other guy? I remember that guy.
What was it? He was like a young kid, but he was fucking brilliant. The kid was brilliant, but he was kind of had a weird way of asking, like, I don't know. It was one of those guys that people took offense to, kind of.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Breaking higher. What's going on?
Was that the
here?
dude that Santos was always saying he was like way younger? Oh no, that was Spin. Never mind. I think.
For additional usage by the circuitry as needed. Your heatsink looks like this. I'm going to put a tab by there. And your heatsink is a group of metal pins that look like this, and they're on a chip, and they actually draw heat away from it. So if you're processing information, got something that's really making things happen for the computer, the heatsink or fans will remove that away. This is a fan connector that I've got. I'm going to put a tab on that. Looks like this, and this connects actually to a fan that's outside on the housing. So that would be somewhere right in this area, mounted on the exterior wall of the computer. And the fans connect to the power supply, and they keep the motherboard cool. That's what they're really designed for. Got a couple other things, similar to your fan. You've got a number of different screw holes. These are just the mounting screw holes you can see here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 6 that hold this particular motherboard into the computer casing, so it doesn't allow it to move back and forth and keeps it in there stable. You've got your CMOS battery, which is shown here. I'll put a little label on that for you. And your CMOS battery is really responsible for holding a charge into the CMOS RAM so that your configuration is maintained even when power is lost. So that's important. your south bridge. I'm going to label that. And your south bridge is really responsible for communication between the CPU and other devices like your IDE or PCE and several of your USB devices. The south bridge is located farther from the CPU, several of your communication between the CPU and other devices. And your south bridge is really responsible for communication between the CPU and other devices like your IDE. Or PCE, responsible for communication between the CPU and other devices. Like your IDE or PCE and several of your USB devices. The south bridge is located farther from the CPU near the several of your USB devices, CPU and other devices like your IDE or PCE and several of your USB devices. The south bridge is located farther from the CPU near the PCI slots. That's how you tell the north from the south. I've got an advanced graphics port. Or AGP port. I'm going to put a tab to outline or label that. I'll bend that down a little bit so you can see it. And that supports your video cards. It's really important when you look at your different things as far as adaptability and things like that. Let me show you the memory. As far as DIMM, if you remember DIMM, D-I-M-M, those are the sockets that are used to install your memory. So they look like these sockets down here, and that's where we put some of our memory chips in. We've got a lot of different things that go on, like the drive connectors that make things happen, like labeled right here, and those connect the drives to the motherboard. So I showed you before the IDE connection cable, and that's where those will function. So really the drives may be to the right hand side here on the computer. Envision this is a desktop. They may be stored physically right here, but then they plug right into the drive. And then your power supplies to the computer are here. So your power connection, you may have a couple of different cables that connect and plug in here. So this particular one has two different power supplies. One plugs on this side and one plugs on that side. And they plug into the power connection to provide the component with some functionality as far as power. So your adapter cards really do a couple of different things. They do your adaptation, and they look basically like this. So that's my adapter card. I want to put this on here so you can see a label for that. Often your PCI card. And you've got a number of different components that are on that. The adapter cards really allow your computer to function as doing something like a display or a picture or connecting to a network. A lot of different types of adapter cards, and the adapters are integrated into the motherboard through the computer. Examples of these kind of look are like your mouse controllers or your serial or parallel ports and your USB ports and your displays. So they're very handy and they make things happen. When we talk about your PCI card, your PCI card stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect, and that's a computer bus that's used for attaching hardware devices in a computer. Very useful. You can see a number of different types of sound and audio cards here. They'll even have the name on it, like this says sound port. So this makes it happen and provides you an input for different things like your headsets and microphones. You can plug those into the end, and you can plug those devices in. So any kind of media, you can plug those very intertoucher and your USB and the component with some functionality as far as power. So your adapter cards really do a couple of different things. They do your adaptation, And they look basically like this. So that's my adapter card. I want to put this on here so you can see a label for that. Often your PCI card. And you've got a number of different components that are on that. The adapter cards really allow your computer to function as doing something like a display or a picture or connecting to a network. A lot of different types of adapter cards in the adapters are integrated into the motherboard through the computer. Examples of these kind of look are like your mouse controllers or your serial or parallel ports and your USB ports and your displays. So they're very handy and they make things happen. When we talk about your PCI card, your PCI card stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect. And that your PCI card stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect. And that's a computer bus that's used for attaching hardware devices in a computer. Very useful. You can see a number of different types of sound and audio cards here. They'll even have the name on it, like this says sound port. So this makes it happen and provides you an input for different things like your headsets and microphones. You can plug those into the end and you can plug those devices in. So any kind of media connection that you would have here and need to make things happen sound-wise is really pulled in here and converted. So whether you're listening to your speakers or whether you're bringing information in, you've got a lot of things that you can work with. You've got your audio ports and you can connect a lot of devices on there. So connectors and ports are used to connect a lot of things. Let me set this aside. How about I set it over here so you can see it a little bit. I'll tell you what, I'll even show you where it connects. That'd be even better. So I've got my AGP here. I'm going to take this entire card, kind of gently, ever so gently, put that in. And that's where that's going to be housed. Let you look at that for a minute, just see where the different components are there. There's any number of chips that you're going to notice on a computer and diodes and other pieces of equipment that all make it happen. So you can research each different part. Sometimes if I need to replace something, I'll research what the issue is and find the make and the model number off particular chips and task to remove some of these chips. You'll probably sound and things like that. It's not a simple task to remove some of these chips. You'll probably need some different training available to help you look at this for the first couple of times taking these off, because really they use high heat, like a heat gun, and hold it over the chip, and that will basically release the chip from where it's held there, and then you put another chip and attach that on. So not very easy, but it can be done. So when we talk about your form factors, I don't want this to look like a piece of equipment, but talking about some of the form factors, we've got different shapes. This chip, when we look as far as replacement, I mentioned in one of our video demonstrations, each of the form factors are different sizes as far as the length and width of a chip. This one's square, this one's rectangular, this one's square. And when you look at that as far as operationally how it fits in here, you've got to make sure that you've got the right card, whether it's the right size, the right dimensions, got the right amount of memory in it, or the right amount of voltage, and that it's the right dimension. So this one is 31 millimeters by 31 millimeters. There's a lot of common sizes, but I wanted you to remember that the form factor is the shape. So this particular board could be the form factor for this board. This is a form factor. This is a form factor. Everything in every shape is a different form factor. One other thing I wanted to talk about is sometimes you'll hear what's called a ZIF socket, and that's really zero insertion force. So zero insertion force really means you've got a chip that can be placed in and easily connects in and doesn't cause any damage. It's very easy to put in. You don't have a lot of specialized clips in. Force really means And that's really the other thing I wanted to talk about is sometimes you'll hear what's called a ZIF socket. And that's really zero insertion force. So zero insertion force really means you've got a chip that can be placed in and easily connects in and doesn't cause any damage. It's very easy to put in. You don't have a lot of specialized clips or anything like that, and you don't have to put a lot of force behind it, because you want to be careful if you're taking any of these chips out of a socket that you're very careful with them not to break anything. So basically, this is everything we've got as far as working through our motherboard. This is just a standard motherboard I use for training, and these are your basic connections that you see from going clockwise in this direction. So there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving components, and I appreciate you joining me for this motherboard. The function of motherboards are to house everything needed for the operation of the computer. Motherboards contain the central processing unit, the RAM memory slots, cache memory, chips, sets, and the processing unit, the RAM memory slots, computer. Motherboards contain the central processing unit, the RAM memory slots, cache memory, chip contain the central processing unit, the RAM memory slots, cache memory, chipsets, and the BIOS and CMOS battery, as well as expansion slots, serial and parallel slots, connectors for the mouse and keyboards, sound and video cards, serial and parallel, and the BIOS and CMOS, the RAM memory slots, cache memory, chipsets, and the BIOS and CMOS battery, as well as expansion slots, serial and parallel slots, connectors for the mouse and keyboards, for the mouse and keyboard as expansion slots, memory, chipsets, and the BIOS and CMOS battery, as well as expansion slots, serial and parallel slots, connectors for the mouse and keyboards, sound and video cards, and even fans. So all of these are necessary in the computer and keyboards, sound and video cards, and even fans. So all of these are necessary in the computer to help turn inputs into outputs. Form factors are used to describe the dimensions of the motherboard and the layout of the motherboard components. This is important because motherboards are not dimensions of the motherboard and the layout of the motherboard components. This is important because motherboards are not interchangeable. The most common type of motherboard is the ATX, which stands for Advanced Interchangeable Motherboard, and the layout. Form factors are used to describe the dimensions of the motherboard and the layout of the motherboard components. This is important because used to describe the dimensions of the motherboard and the layout of form factors are used to describe the dimensions of the motherboard and the layout of the motherboard components. This is important because motherboards are not interchangeable. The most common type of motherboard is the ATX, which stands for Advanced Technology Extended. The location of the primary component, which stands for Advanced Interchangeable. The most common type of motherboard is the ATX, which stands for Advanced Technology Extended. The location is the ATX, which stands for Advanced Technology Extended. The location of the primary components are shown in the diagram on our next slide. Within the motherboard chipset, there are two chips which comprise the largest part of the motherboard. These are the north and the south bridges. The north bridge is responsible for communication from the CPU to memory. The south bridge is responsible for communication between the CPU and other devices such as the IDE, PCE, and USB devices. The north bridge is located closest to the CPU and is usually the second largest chip after the processor, and usually has a fan or a heat sink above it. The south bridge is located farther from the CPU near the PCI slots. As a reminder, for this drawing going clockwise starting at about 12 o'clock, the CPU is the central processing unit. The AGP is the advanced graphics port. The PCI serves as an interface for connecting peripheral devices. The IDE is the integrated drive electronics, connecting advanced near the PCI slots. As a reminder, for this drawing going clockwise starting at about 12 o'clock, the CPU is the central processing unit. The AGP is the advanced graphics port. The PCI serves as an interface for connecting peripheral devices. The PCI serves as an interface for connecting peripheral devices. The IDE is the integrated drive electronics. And it's a connector that's used for storage devices. The PCI is the peripheral component interconnect and provides a bus for attaching devices to a computer. And finally, USB is the unit and provides a bus for devices. The integrated drive electronics, and it's a connector that's used for storage devices. The PCI is the peripheral component interconnect and provides a bus for attaching devices to a computer. And finally, USB is the universal serial bus, located closest to the CPU and is usually The south bridge is located farther from the starting at about 12 o'clock. The CPU is the central processing unit. The AGP is the advanced graphics port. The PCI serves as an interface for connecting peripheral devices. The IDE is the integrated drive electronics. It's a connector that's used for storage devices. The PCI is the peripheral component interconnect and provides a bus for attaching devices to a computer. And finally, USB is the universal serial bus and allows for connections for input and output devices. Let's go over a few of the items you'll find on the front or side panels of the computer. These are the primary areas you will connect input and output devices to, such as audio connections, which contain audio port devices such as headphones. The drive activity light, which lets you know whether the system is busy, indicated
Oops.
Oops.
by a
What
light
you
which
got?
flashes when the system.
Yeah, so you had that move up,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that you had, that low was right at 2 o'clock.
Oh, you know what? I'm
And
gonna
then
do?
you had that sharp move at, this is,
It's almost like you could
frame.
basically be looking for like a big volume spike, and that's kind of how you know you got your move.
Yeah. And then I always have a footprint up. So I look for a really small print on the end. So, especially if it's like a single digit by 0. And then what I'll do is I'll put a stop entry on the other side. Or just like if you're looking at like a 30-second, just put a stop entry above that 30-second bar to get you into
Yeah.
it.
Peter. No, I was
This
or
might be
I'm-
better. Oh, never mind.
No, now never mind, Peter. I want to listen to Harvey's gold. He found a nugget.
I don't know. It builds boxes, right? I don't want to post that.
Found your boxes. What are special about your boxes? Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay. I'm watching.
I don't know. So far, so good. Looks like it's polished.
Are we sure that these aren't drawn after the day is closed?
Yeah, because I went to here, and this is the only period of the day that we were bearish.
So I'm saying like right now. So go to today.
This is today. 6 is right here. But where you want the open?
Yeah.
The open's right here. That's the open.
So I'm saying like
8:30.
how long are each of these boxes?
They're average true range. So they build themselves, I think. Or maybe not.
Looking at Harvey, each one is depending on the color.
235.
I'm kind of saying like I think as that bar or
So they're 235 bars for some reason.
as those progress, they will turn red or green. So for instance, the box we're in right now,
Right.
if
Yeah.
price went below, it would just magically turn the whole box red. I think.
The box, but
So it's kind of like an after. Like it's not telling you for sure that this
yeah,
box is.
so okay, yeah. So let's go to back to the 5 minute. Just there's just the thing you were working with. I see the bar count changes. Becomes bigger.
What is it? Or what's it called?
Multi-time period chart that I have it
Oh.
set to true range.
Oh. So that is kind of what I was trying to do with the candles. I like that. That's what I wanted for Sierra chart.
It changes with the set. Like, so I'm thinking you could change the settings to get something at the end of the day. Not the end of the day, sorry. Like get a product. Right? Like figure
Yeah.
something out.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying you like found this thing that like tells you where we're gonna close in an hour from now. I misunderstood what you were excited about.
Oh,
But
yeah,
no,
it's not
I
as good as you think.
like this. Oh, I am out of my crude trade. We are still down on the day.
Back to the fat cat style of trading, I think it's I don't know, not that this isn't mentally straining, but I mean I believe it's less mentally straining the way that, you hold trades or whatever. Like I want to go short here, but at the same time I don't really want to. I don't know. Don't have the balls for it. Maybe I should just size down. It's a little bit late. Might be able to get a retest of that 32. 132 in ES. Dollar is starting to come up. Semis are beginning to roll over. Turn downward. so they're not in bad. They're like in good shape to go down. See, I know it's just kind of questionable how deep. We could come back to the and backfill the gap, but I don't even think we get back to not 2150. I don't know. Doesn't seem like their intentions are to flush this bottom out. Like for them to get back down below 100, 5100.
System is reading. You've got the power on light or the power on button to tell you if the system is running.
You know, back to 20.
You've got the on off.
120. Would be probably asking too much.
Hey, Harvey, in crude yesterday, you said we had a major level at 79.
Button, which is just as it sounds. It's used to turn the system on or off or perform a cold boot if necessary. And then you have USB connections, which are common for universal serial bus connections. There are many types of connectors found on computers depending on the manufacturer and the application for the computer. Starting with the power cord you plug into the wall, it supplies the primary power to the computer. The motherboard requires power and must supply power to ancillary components on the motherboard. To do this, it uses a number of drive and power connectors, such as ATX power connectors, which come in 3.3 volts, 5 volts, or 12 volts. PCIe connectors, which are 6-pin connectors or power connectors, they connect things such as graphics or GPU, or SATA connectors, which connect things such as external drives through a USB port. There are many versions of SATA which you can use. Currently, SATA is at version 3.3 and is a hot swappable technology. And hot swappable is good. What hot swappable means is you can take the drivers and pull them out and remove them while the system is still running. Cache memory is used to help store the most frequently accessed data and makes data access faster for subsequent requests. All processors have an integrated cache memory, which is known as Level 1 cache. The Level 1 cache is built into a processor. Is known as Level 1 cache. The Level 1 cache is built into a processor. It's a non-integrated cache and is built on the outside of the processor on the motherboard. Level 2 cache are independent memory for the processor core. And then Level 3 cache or Level 2 cache are independent memory for the processor core. And then Level 3 board. It's a non-integrated cache and is built on the outside of the processor on the motherboard. Level 2 cache are independent memory for the processor core. And then Level motherboard. Level 2 cache are independent memory for the processor core. And then Level 3 cache are shared between each processor core. In short, the cache memory is simply used to speed things up. RAM slots provide memory for your computer. It's important for the A+ exam to be familiar with the types of sockets and how to be able to install memory. We have a video demonstration in the future chapter to show you the internal workings of the computer, and in this video we'll locate all the computer components inside. Memory slots and sockets are used to add additional memory and functionality to the computer. Each of the memory slots and sockets are used to add additional memory and functionality to the computer. Each of these provides a different benefit to the computer or to the computer user. DIMM stands for dual in benefit to the computer or to the computer and functionality to the computer. Each of these provides a different benefit to the computer or to the additional memory and functionality to the computer. Each of these provides a different benefit to the computer or to the computer user. DIMM stands for Dual Inline Memory Module. DIMM socket sockets are used to install memory. Manufacturers use a number of DIMM sockets, which are typically either blue, black, or white on the motherboard. You can install them individually or dual channel. A dual channel architecture increases performance with the ability to send and receive two 64-bit chunks, as opposed to the typical one 64-bit chunk. So they can really be used to speed, as opposed to the typical with the ability to send and or dual channel. A dual blue, black, or white on the motherboard. DIMM sockets, which are used to install memory. DIMM stands for Dual Inline Memory Module. DIMM sockets are used to install memory. Manufacturers use a number of DIMM sockets, which are typically either blue, black, or white on the motherboard. You can install them individually or dual channel. A dual channel channel architecture increases performance with the ability to send and receive two 64-bit chunks, as opposed to the typical with the which are typically either blue, black, or white on the motherboard. You can install them individually or dual channel. A dual channel architecture increases performance with the ability to send and receive two 64-bit chunks, as opposed to increases performance with the ability to install them individually or dual channel. A dual channel architecture increases performance with the ability to send and receive means you can only read information from it, but you cannot write. Chip is your capacity, one 64-bit chunk. So they can really be used chunks, as opposed to this performance with the ability to send and receive two 64-bit chunks, as opposed to the typical one 64-bit chunk. So they can really be used to speed up and increase your capacity. The basic input-output system, or the BIOS chips I mentioned, allow devices really to communicate with one another on the motherboard. The BIOS chip is a read-only memory chip, which means you can only read information from it, but you cannot write data to it. However, you can use an erasable, programmable chip which is called the EPROM chip, which is available from the manufacturer, and you're able to update the BIOS if you wanted to do something such as have it support a larger disk. So it can be rewritten too. The primary function of the BIOS chip is to control the boot process for your system for the power on self-test. This test allows the computer to check out the systems to ensure they are okay. After it determines this test allows the chip is to control the boot process for your system be rewritten to. The primary function of the BIOS chip is to control the boot process, so it can be rewritten to. The primary function of the BIOS chip is to control the boot process for your system for the power on self-test. This test allows the computer to check out the systems to ensure they are okay. After self-test, the primary function of the BIOS chip is to control the boot process for your system for the power on self-test. This test allows the computer to check out the systems to ensure they are okay. After it determines the system is okay and ready to go, it locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads OK and ready to go. It locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads the operating system. Remember that RAM is the random access memory and ROM is read-only memory. RAM is the computer's primary working memory, which is temporary in nature, as reads loads the operating system. So it locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads OK and ready to go. It locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads the operating system. Remember that RAM is the random access memory and record. The system is OK and ready to go. It locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads the operating system. It locates sure they are okay. After it determines the system is okay and ready to go, it locates the bootable partition of the master boot record, which loads the operating system. Remember that RAM is the random access memory and ROM is read-only memory. RAM is the computer. Remember that RAM is the random access memory and ROM is read-only memory. RAM is the computer's primary working memory, which is temporary in nature, and ROM is used to store the BIOS and the power on self-test. EEPROM, which is temporary in nature, and ROM is used to store the BIOS and the power on self-test. EEPROM and the newer EEPROM have software written on the chips which can be upgraded using special software from the manufacturer. It has become a common way to upgrade your BIOS as well as hardware as it improves. Expansion slots do just what they sound like. They allow your motherboard to expand in functionality by adding additional cards in the expansion slot. Expansion slots use PCI Express, such as PCI PCI, PCIe, or PCI 16. PCI stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect, which is a computer bus for attaching hardware devices in a computer. The PCI adapter runs at 33 MHz as a plug-and-play technology. Plug-and-play and ZIF connectors make our lives a lot easier as a technician. Bus architecture is the terminology used for expansion slots. As you work, you'll be installing a number of network cards, sound cards, and video cards. These include Peripheral Component Interconnect, or the PCI, which has a fixed width of 32 bits and can handle 5 devices at a time. There are additional versions of PCI which support even higher rates of transfer. The Personal Computer Memory Card Industry Association, or PMCIA, which is a popular laptop, it supports memory cards, network cards, and removable drives. The Advanced Graphics Support, AGP, also supports your video cards, and Peripheral Component Interconnect, PCIX, and Express helps to support data lanes to transfer information within bus architecture. And finally, there are Audio Modem Risers, AMR, which adds a modem and an audio card to systems as well. And then finally, we have the Communication and Network Riser, the CNR, which is used to implement local area networks with audio and modem functionality. Which is used to help. And then finally, we have the Communication and Network Riser, the CNR, which is as well. Audio Modem Risers, AMR, and bus architecture. And finally, there are Audio Modem Risers, AMR, which adds a modem and an audio card to systems as well. And then finally, we have the Communication and Network Riser, the CNR, which is used to implement local area networks with audio and modem functionality. Let's talk a little bit about connectors. And ports now. Keyboards and mouse connections allow users to easily interact with the computer to produce an output. We all use keyboards and mouse every day on our computers to perform an operation. Generally, these are connected through a USB type connector, and many are even wireless today. Serial and parallel ports are used to communicate with the motherboard. Serial ports send data in series through the communication ports are used to communicate with the motherboard. Serial ports send data in series through the communication or the COM ports, one bit at a time in single file. Parallel ports send in COM ports motherboard today. Generally, these are connected through a USB type connector, and many are even wireless today. Serial and parallel ports are used to communicate with the motherboard. Serial ports send data in series through the communication or the COM ports. One bit at a time. Serial ports send data in series through the communication or the COM ports, one bit at a time in single file. Parallel ports send information information 8 bits at a time and can send bits side by side in an operation rather than in a single file. Serial ports are identified side and parallel to the communication or the COM ports, one bit at a time in single file. Parallel ports send information 8 bits at a time and can send bits side by side in an operation rather than in a single file. Serial ports are identified as a male port using pins. The most widely used serial communication standard is RS-232. RS-4 widely used serial communication standard is RS-232 port using rather than in a single file. Serial ports are identified as a male port using pins. The most widely used serial communication standard is RS-232. RS-485 is used for multi-line or party line applications. Current loop is used for a lower data rate with the absence of multi-line or party line is RS-232. RS-485 is used for multi-line or party line applications. Current loop is used for a lower data rate with the absence of any kind of voltage current, and MIL-188 is used for military applications. Parallel ports are identified as 25 pinhole female connections on the back of the motherboard and are commonly used for printer. As MIL-188 is used for military applications. Parallel ports are identified as 25 pinhole female connections on the back of the motherboard and are commonly used for printer connections. Many printer cables female connections military applications. Parallel ports are identified as 25 pinhole female connections on the back of the motherboard and are commonly used for printer connections. Many printer cables will have a DB25 male connector with 25 pins on one end and a 36-pin Centronics connector on the other end. Serial 1 and Serial 2 ports provide communications to utilize for connecting devices. These might include things like printers, computer displays, GPS receivers, code scanners, point-of-sale devices, or even uninterruptible power supplies. USB connections are a bit easier because you don't have to attach the connector pins or connector screws and support many of our modern technologies such as printers, cameras, or recording devices. It is important to be familiar with processors and their related terminology. These include processor speeds, data bus, registers, cache memory, math processors, hyperthreading, and then multi-core processing. So let's take a look at each one of these. The data bus is the pathway between the processor and memory. The processor access. The data bus is the pathway between the processor and memory. The processor accesses information constantly, so the data bus is dedicated full-time to this operation. Registers provide storage within processors to temporarily store data and information to be manipulated at a later time. Registers are beneficial because they store information within the processor instead of in memory, so it can be retrieved much faster. Cache memory provides, as I mentioned earlier, faster memory retrieval by storing it in the cache in case it is needed to access information later or at a second time. Math processors are used to perform and execute calculated mathematical functions, so the CPU can focus on logic functions. The NPU performs mathematical calculations, the CPU performs logical operations, and the GPU performs video calculations and operations. GPU performs video calculations. The CPU can focus on logic functions. The NPU performs mathematical calculations. The CPU performs logical operations, and the GPU performs video calculations and operations. Hyperthreading is a term that is used to describe a technology which allows a processor to act as two different processors which are able to execute simultaneous threads. So, a thread is part of an application that executes a task, such as accepting a keystroke and performing a word count in a document. So two different types of activities are actually occurring at the same time as you type a document. One thread counts the words, and the other inputs the keystrokes. Multi-core processing combines independent processors into one single processor chip, which is able to execute multiple threads at the same time without using hyperthreading because there are multiple processors in one chip. This is a benefit to the motherboard because it requires less power using a dual-core or multi-core processors. These types of processors are improving every day and greatly enhance the performance of computers. And then when we discuss processor speeds are important because they determine how fast the processor executes instructions or commands. These are typically measured in gigahertz or megahertz. In general, the faster the processor is, the faster your system is. Speeds were initially measured in megahertz, which are millions of hertz. Today's processors are measured in billion times per second, which is a gigahertz. On this slide, we're looking at data bus. Data bus, as we discussed earlier, are the pathways between a processor and memory. Data is transformed in the form of bits, so every data bus has a capacity point where it can't handle more bits of data. Understanding this explains why 32 and 64 bits are offered. A 32 32-bit processor must make 2 trips to provide 64 bits of information. This trip back and forth is called a cycle clock. The less trips a computer has to make, the more they have increased overall efficiency. The address bus uses a read-write system, which is referenced by location. When storing information into the system memory, the processor provides a location address with the information that is stored at that location. All information has a particular storage location and an address. The processor accesses these memory locations through the address bus. So the address lines are used to carry signals to specific call and locations referenced in our diagram here. The call for information on this diagram was D4. This is where the data is stored. Architecture is used to describe the layout and the functionality of a computer. Architecture includes things like registers, cache memory, virtualization, the GPU, the CPU, the NPU, and many of the control speeds. Registers are storage areas within the computer that are used for temporarily storing data for future manipulation. Cache memory is information that is stored in the processor's high-speed memory for faster access. High-speed memory helps to facilitate the process of the memory controller retrieving data in the memory and delivering it to the processor. The processor's high-speed memory is also known as cache memory, and the cache memory allows a processor to retrieve information much more rapidly because it resides in the system memory rather than waiting for information retrieval. Virtualization is a newer form of technology which allows you to run multiple virtual machines on a single computer. The virtual machines run on separate operating systems with virtual resources such as memory or CPU. The processor must be able to support virtualization, and it also must be enabled to the system BIOS. The graphics processing unit provides video calculations and processing of graphic applications. As an A+ certified individual, you need to know that the GPU uses RAM as its memory. This is important because, as an example, if you have 32 GB of RAM and the GPU is integrated, the GPU will be using some of that 32 megabytes of RAM. By using a dedicated GPU, it would have its own memory on the memory card. You'll research many ways to optimize architecture to get the best results for your customer. In throttling, the CPU reduces processing speed when it senses overheating. Processors contain built-in thermal sensors that can monitor temperature of the processor and enable throttling when necessary. Say, for example, when a built-in fan fails. Overclocking causes a piece of hardware to run faster than the rated speed. Overclocking is really popular for video adapters and processors with a number of computer enthusiasts, but it's not recommended because it can cause unstable or system hardware failures. Chip packaging is how a computer chip is constructed and delivered to a customer. There are a variety of circuit packages or circuit types that you can use. Chip packaging explains how a chip is constructed, and it also explains how it's packaged and ultimately used in the computer. The chip package defines the appearance or the form factor of the chip. A chip carrier includes a rectangular package with contacts on all four sides. So you've got several different types shown on the screen here. The dual inline package, or the DIP chip, is a regular chip with 2 rows of 20 pins. On a DIP chip, pin 1 is located at the end of the chip and has a square notch. It's important to know this because when you add a DIP chip to a motherboard, you have to match pin 1 up on the chip with pin 1 on the chip socket. The pin grid array, or the PGA chip, is one of the most popular chips and contains hundreds of pins. On a PGA chip, one of the corners is cut off, and this is the location of pin 1. The LAN grid array chip is a rectangular chip. As a package chip, it consists or has contacts instead of pins, and these are contained on the bottom of the chip. These contacts contain the LGA socket to the motherboard. And then finally, we have the single-edged contact chip. The single-edged contact chip has a cartridge-based shape, or a card that is inserted into the motherboard, which is inserted into a slot and not a socket. Processor sockets are identified by the socket number, the type of processor, and the number of pins when you're trying to identify the type of socket. A process or a socket is designed to hold a specific specific processor chip with the correct number of pins. When you're doing this, compatibility is very important because a chip will not fit into an incorrect socket. To be able to do this correctly, first you need to determine what sockets exist. You'll need to research this through the manufacturer to determine what sockets you have. There are a multitude of sockets, including sockets 1 through 8, 370, 423, 478, socket A, socket F. So it's important to research the correct socket for the unit that you're working on. Once you have purchased the correct CPU socket based on what you're trying to accomplish and the correct configuration for your computer, make, and model, it's ready for installation. You want to match the voltage as well. Voltage is very important. You got to make sure you've got the correct volts to make this function. So this may take some research when you're upgrading a processor. Your processor requires a very specific voltage, and you need to make sure that the motherboard you're placing the processor on provides that very specific voltage. If it provides more voltage or less voltage, you'll need to change or use a jumper wire to the motherboard to control the voltage used by the processor. Sockets are generally labeled along the side with a type and identification, so you have that information on the side of the chip and be able to read it there. There are countless processor types and sockets. As I mentioned, I looked at the label on the side of a socket and tried to identify it there. Otherwise, you